All right, good morning. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today is Tuesday, August 12th, 2025. My name is Cheryl Renatza, serving as chairman of today's panel. My colleagues on the panel seated to my left is Mrs. Jerry Ledoux, and to my right is Mr. Danny Byra. We are at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge, and for the record, I'd like to ask staff, please introduce yourself for the record.
Jason Thompson.
Parole.
Francis Abbott.
And we are getting started just a few minutes before 9 because we have some revocation business that we can go ahead. Our first remote location is at Iberia Parish Jail. And would the officer please introduce yourself for the record?
Good morning, board. Anna Woods with Probation and Parole, New Iberia District.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And is Iberia on with us? They're trying to turn on their camera. There they are. Right. Good morning. Mr. Jones, is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any staff member in the room with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, Miss Cheryl. It's Harvard.
All right. Good morning. Thanks for accommodating us this morning. So, Mr. Jones, would you introduce yourself for the record, sir? Tell us your name and your DWCC number.
I'm TRESEAN Jones. I'm 26 years old. My DWC number is 744-958.
So your DOC number, I believe you said was 744-958. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you move your chair over a little bit to your left so we can see you better?
You don't
Yeah,
mind.
that's better. Thank
Keep your
you.
hands down, if you don't mind putting your hand down so I can see you better. Thank you.
So you're here this morning, Mr. Jones, because you're accused of violating the conditions of parole. Do you have any paperwork there with you?
No, ma'am.
Yes, you do, right there. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's a parole revocation questionnaire, Mr. Jones. Is that your signature at the bottom of that page?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so based on the information on that questionnaire, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. Did you want to hire an attorney today?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to hire a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, have you done that?
No, ma'am.
Do you plan to do that, or are you ready to proceed with today's proceeding?
No, ma'am.
Well, which is it? Do you want to go ahead with the revocation hearing, or you want to stop so you can hire a lawyer?
We could go here with the revocation here. No matter.
No, I need you to tell me, but please put your hand down. I can't understand you. You ready to proceed with a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you want to continue this hearing so you can go hire a lawyer, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, well, I think that's what we'll do. Do you want to go ahead and take the officer statement while she's here, Ms. Ledoux?
Ms. Woods, would you like to go ahead and give us the information you wish to? And I appreciate your attending the hearing today. I have read your notes, and I did have questions about when his pending charges would be heard. But go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I do have an update on the pending charges. He appeared in the 16th JDC on August the 4th for a motion for preliminary examination. At that time, the offender's attorney requested that the matter be continued. It was continued without date, so I don't have a pending court date to provide for you all. I'm not sure why it was continued without date, but it looked like he was supposed to go to trial at the end of last month, and that didn't happen.
So the allegations we read, so that's the one that the second degree kidnapping and assault charges.
Yes, ma'am.
4 counts with a gun.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just a simple question. How difficult, what was your relationship with the offender during the supervision period? Was he compliant?
It kind of depended. I had wanted him to complete substance abuse treatment because he had previously been arrested in September of 2020 for possession of marijuana and obstruction of justice. Those charges were refused, and he was reprimanded by the board and allowed to continue on supervision. Because he had a positive drug screen for marijuana and because of the arrest that he had, I had wanted him to go to substance abuse treatment. He was a little reluctant to participate in that. He did eventually complete it, but it looks like he was positive for marijuana when he was arrested for the current pending charges, so it looks like it didn't really work.
So, Mr. Jones, the lawyer that you had when you went to court with Officer Woods explained your attorney requested a continuance. Is that a lawyer you retained, or was that a lawyer appointed by the judge for you?
That's a lawyer represented by the judge.
So you're not eligible for today's proceeding for us to appoint you an attorney. So if you wish to have legal counsel here today, you'd have to go hire you a lawyer. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, I really don't know.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so we're not going to make a revocation decision today. You need to go hire your lawyer, and we will reschedule this hearing till your lawyer is present. All right?
All right.
All right, that concludes our business in Iberia. We're going to sign off at 8:58. Thanks for helping us today.
Thank you.
All right, the Committee on Parole is reconvening. We are now at Louisiana Correctional Institute for Women. It is Tuesday, August 12th, 2025. It is 9:05 a.m. Would the staff at LCIW please introduce yourself for the record? All right, there we go. Good morning. We did all of our introductions here, so we'll wait for the folks at LCIW to enter the room. We'll be ready. Good morning, Warden. We did all of our introductions. Would you and your staff please introduce yourselves for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Kristen Thomas, Warden.
Kara P, ARDC Manager.
Okay, and we have before us Ms. Flowers. Good morning. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Audrey Flowers, 183680.
All right, and let me acknowledge you have some guests there with you at LCIW. You have your sister Dolores Landry, nephew Prone, and your daughter Central Flowers.
Yes.
Also in support on Zoom, we have the Parole Project. Mr. Hunley, would you introduce yourself for the record?
Andrew Hunley, Louisiana Parole Project.
Yes, thank you, and we'll hear from you shortly. We also have some folks in opposition, Ms. Flowers, here with us in Baton Rouge. We have representing the victim is Janae Brown, Edward Wilson, Dawn Urson, Janice Madison, and Melissa Pugh. And on Zoom, we also have Mabel Landry, and we'll hear from Ms. Urson and Ms. Landry at the appropriate time. First, let me just read some identifying information into the record, Ms. Flowers. You're classified as a third felony offender. You're currently serving a 40-year sentence. You were sentenced initially in December 2002 for simple arson. You received probation that was revoked in 2006 because of a new felony conviction, which was also in Iberia Parish, of manslaughter, for which you received a 40-year sentence. So this is a rehearing for you. Your parole eligibility date has passed. It's July 14th, 2023, and your adjusted mandatory release date, good time date, is October 16, 2042. Does all that sound correct to you?
Yes, ma'am.
So your case has been assigned to Mrs. Ledoux this morning. So before I turn it over to her, we want to hear from you and your guest, and then she'll start the interview process with you. So Ms. Flowers, tell us a little bit about how you ended up in jail, what got you there, and why do you think we ought to grant you an early release?
Well, what got me here, that I took somebody's life. And I'm sorry that it's happened. I didn't aim to though.
Okay.
And I asked you just give me another chance. And I can prove myself if I make parole.
Okay, well, we'll dig a little deeper into that in just a few minutes. Let's hear Warden Thomas. What can you tell us about Ms. Flowers?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Flowers arrived around 2006. She has not had any disciplinary write-ups in about 10 years now. She has completed various classes. Right now, she is living in our medical infirmary, like assisted living area, so not major medical, but so she's not currently working, is what I guess I'm trying to say. I guess you all have seen the letter from education, so she has not completed her high set, but she did try very hard with literacy classes. But Ms. Shoemate did not think that her high set would be able to be obtained at this point. And I know Mr. Hunley will probably go over a lot of the parole project if she is granted, so I'll leave that for him.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, Mr. Hunley, could we hear from you in the parole project, please?
Andrew Hunley, representing Louisiana Parole Project, to affirm to the board today that Audrey is a client of our organization, and we stand by ready to present reentry support to her if she is given an opportunity for release. We decided to take on Audrey as a client based on her age, the amount of time that she's served on this sentence, and her institutional conduct record. Her reentry plan would be a bit different from what we normally propose to the board. Because of her age and her health, our organization would prefer that she complete an ICOTS to live with family out of state, who will be able to take care of her long term. What we would recommend is she starts that ICOTS. When the ICOTS, whether the board decides once the ICOTS is started or completed, we would ask that she come into our program for approximately 60 days, where we can assist her with some initial reentry support, work with the family on developing a long-term plan in the area where she'll be residing, help her with her initial issues such as health insurance, getting her primary care appointment, getting her medications and scripts rewritten, and then eventually transitioning her to that approved ICOTS resident out of state. You know, we're concerned in our ability to house her long term because of, you know, deteriorating health and her age, but we want to be able to assist her and her family with her initial release into the community if she's given that opportunity. Obviously, she would have the support of our social work team to help her during when she's initially released, and building a plan that carries over to her long-term address. And we would help her with initial programming, you know, in those first couple of months home to ensure that she's got a crash course on technology and social norms. But I stand ready to answer any other questions you may have about her reentry plan. We believe that if she's released, the best long-term plan is with family out of state. And I'll reserve my comments at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's hear from family. Could we hear from Ms. Dolores Landry, please?
You can stand up.
Closer to so they can see.
There
you go.
And you can speak.
Okay. I want to apologize to the Wilson family for what happened. And Audrey was the type, worked every day, didn't have money, didn't have underclothes, didn't have food. Because Mr. Wilson took every penny from her. Her retirement, She lived with him forever. He decided to take his wife back, brought her back home to my mother with 6 pieces of clothes. And my mom said, this all she got? And she worked every day? It's just, like I said, all I could say, I'm sorry to the Wilson family.
Yes, ma'am. So if Miss Flowers was successful, would she go live with you?
She could. My mama living, her daughters, she got 2 daughters in Texas.
Okay, so the out-of-state plan would be Texas.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you, Miss Landry. We appreciate hearing from you. What about the nephew, Mr. Willie DeCrone? Is there anything you want us to know?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
What would you like us to know?
All right. I want you guys to know that I am the nephew of Audrey. My grandmother raised me, and when she started living with us, but before she started living with us, we'll all go to her house. She used to work at the schools, and we'll go to the feeding program and get to see her, and she would feed us and talk to us and, give us good words of encouragement. But I also want to let you guys know that I do want to apologize to the Wilson family as well. It was a tragedy that happened that hurted all of us because we all was family. We did go to the Wilson house. They did come to our house, so we all knew each other. So it hurted us on both sides that happened to the Wilson, and it hurted us that we lost our loved one by going to prison. I also lost my brother maybe 4 years ago. He was killed by a lady, shot in the back. I went to that trial. I sat in that trial. I listened to it, and they gave her 20 years. Just a couple of months ago, I lost my oldest son. He was shot and killed in Gardere. The guy is set for trial. I ended up talking to his family. And what I'm trying to say is that we all make mistakes. And prison was created to punish you and rehabilitate you. And I think 20 plus years, I think she have learned her lesson. And if you guys would grant her parole, family is strong. We will be united again and help her in every aspect that we could. So I just want to say thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak, and hopefully you guys can grant her parole. Thank you.
Sir, appreciate hearing from you this morning. All right, before we start the interview, we'd like to hear first from the opposition, and I'll let you guys, we have Miss, I tell you what, let's hear from Miss Mabel Landry, who's on Zoom first. Miss Mabel?
Good morning.
Morning. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, thank you this morning for allowing me to talk about this situation to you all. I'm speaking from my heart today when I say that I forgive Miss Flowers for what she did to my family. It was traumatic, it was heartbreaking, devastating, and I think the greatest form of aggravated robbery anyone could do. Because she robbed my family of a future that we would never know. She robbed us of a sister who loved her siblings, a mother who loved her children, a grandmother who loved her grandchildren. She robbed the church of a person who was deep into ministry, loved her pastor, loved her church. Matter of fact, the weekend Miss Flowers committed this crime, my sister was preparing a banquet for her pastor and the community at that time. She loved her community. She loved the people around her. She loved life. However, and I want to say that I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, and anytime I came home and was with the family, my sister never allowed me to talk about the Falcons. It was always the Saints. So I knew she loved her livelihood. However, I want to say that forgiving Miss Flowers has nothing to do with the views on this parole today for me. After listening to these testimonies, I'm just convinced that she's not ready to handle the privileges and the responsibilities of living outside a confined facility. I'm convinced that as the time that she thought she could do these kinds of things without any remorse. So, and I realize that it takes a lot for you all to consider what she's done, but I'm asking you to consider my family. Finally, I don't know if the judicial leadership of Iberia Parish have ever thought about how Miss Flowers was able to do these things. She, after doing some research on her, I found that she was already supposed to have been in the system. It was found that she had committed a numerous amount of crimes already. And so killing my sister wasn't her first rodeo. She had a pattern of what she did. It always involved breaking and entering, destroying property, using weapons of destruction like fire and bleach to annihilate anything that she went after. So in an effort to disallow her the opportunity to put other abiding citizens in jeopardy wherever she is, and to ensure that no other crimes like this one fall through the cracks, I'm asking the board today to allow her to remain in the facility where she's for the safety of herself as well as other productive citizens, because I believe with all my heart that she deserves a chance for rehabilitation and that it may enhance her ability to one day live as a productive citizen. My deepest concern is that Ms. Flowers receive all the time she needs to be fully rehabilitated, which will allow her to return back to civil society. I think the number of years given at her initial sentence was what was determined by the number of years needed to accomplish that goal. So my consensus is that only she could be returned to the society and be regenerated into the society after she has completed that time. After all, my sister was entitled to a life of freedom, peace, and happiness as well. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, Ms. Landry, thanks for speaking with us this morning. We appreciate it. Here with us, we have Dawn Urson.
My mom is going to speak.
Okay, I didn't have him listed as speaking, so yeah, we'd like to have him. Morning. We need you to speak up, please, sir, so they can hear you.
I'm sitting here listening. She took my mom's life. They said she went back to her mom with just draws. They said my dad took all of her money and her retirement. When my mom didn't even care about her. My mom knew what she was doing, didn't even worry about her. She was riding in my dad's car when my mama didn't even have a car. I was going from St. James to Plank to pick up her to bring her to work. I lost my best friend. I can't ask her to come back to live with me. But they want her to come home to be with me friend. You don't deserve to be out right now. You took 8 or 4 years, and I think that's what you deserve. You're not a dear. And she went in there for to confront her about why she's harassing her. gonna go to somebody out there at 6 o'clock in the morning, I pick and came a solution. Ask him, why you calling my phone? You went there with the intent of what you was going to do. It was already in your mind. You were harassed her. You broke in my mom's home, went in her closet, and destroyed all of her clothes. But you want to have 6 pair of drawers in the church? No money?
Mr. Wilson, we need you to address your remarks to us, not to Ms. Flowers.
I'm hurt. And I don't think that should be heard a second time.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Thurston?
My name is Dawn Erson. I'm Carrie Wilson's oldest daughter. I want to start by saying, I want to begin today by letting everyone know the violent crime that she committed. She was my father's mother while still legally married to our mother. She stalked and harassed her from March 10th, 2002 until July 13th, 2003. From breaking the locks and windows on the house, pouring bleach and red pepper on her clothes, in her closet, except our father's firewood, having the lights and water turned off, calling her numerous times. The reason we know this is because my mother kept a detailed record of the harassment. She left a 5-subject tablet of harassment, which was hidden in her car in a briefcase. We didn't find out the details of the harassment until my little brother went in the car and found the briefcase. Before she violently took my mother's life on July 14, 2003, she was on probation for 5 years for setting her then boyfriend's house on fire with him, his girlfriend, and his 80-year-old mother inside. See, she doesn't value anyone else's life. Her, Miss Flowers, she got into the house and watched my mother take a shower. She attacked her from behind while she was getting dressed for work. She was dressed in a bra, khaki pants, socks, and black shoes. She hit her in the back of the head with a black vase, leaving 3 massive lacerations to her scalp, as well as contusions on the left side of her forehead. She was determined to end my mother's life. Even if my mother had escaped Audrey's violent rage, she had flattened the tires on her car with an ice pick. I have my mother's autopsy. She stabbed my mother so violently with the ice pick, it went through her bare skin that tore through the layers of her heart. Also, her right and left lungs were stabbed 2 to 3 times each with an ice pick. Because of her rage and overpowering strength, my mother lost that battle. She stabbed her with a 6-inch knife and left it embedded on the right side of her spinal canal, along with her first cervical segment, with only 2 inches left exposed. After my mother took her last breath, with her fingers entwined above her head, praying on her way out to meet her Lord. And my mother, she loved the Lord. She poured gasoline on top of her body and set on fire, with plans to burn the house down with my mother inside. She murdered my mother for my father, the $100,000 life insurance policy he had on my mother, and the new house they were living in. See, if she would have let my mother live in 2 weeks, just 14 days, she was leaving him after the family's vacation. She could have had my father and the house. She only knows how to be violent. So approving her for parole will leave everyone's lives in danger. We thank God my sister and my 2-year-old niece at the time wasn't in the house because she had threatened to kill them too. So she doesn't deserve probation. It was premeditated because she bought everything she needed, the ice pick, the knife, as well as the gasoline.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for speaking with us this morning. All right, Ms. Flowers, would you answer any questions Ms. Ledoux has for you?
Ms. Flowers, had you ever been involved with the victim in this crime before? Did you ever speak with her or have any interaction with her?
No, she just kept calling my house and I just kept calling her back. She harassing me too also. I just didn't harass her for nothing.
Okay, so she was bothering you.
We were bothering each other, yes.
So, what is it with the gasoline? Is that just an easy way, an easy tool to use whenever?
I didn't have no gasoline. She the one had the gasoline and I knocked the gasoline out of her hand.
Okay, well, that's not exactly how the report read that I read. So how many violent crimes have you been charged with?
2.
Staff there answer a question for me. I understand she's level 3 in mental health. Would any of those diagnoses involve impulsivity?
Yes.
Can the warden, do you have any of the mental health issue there?
Looking for that sheet right now.
Okay. I can see level 3 care. Are you currently taking mental health medication, Ms. Flowers?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, with those 2 diagnoses, I wouldn't necessarily say there's impulsivity issues there.
They're not.
No, ma'am, not on these 2 diagnoses.
How long have you been in, Ms. Flowers?
Been here
Yeah,
22 years.
32 years?
22.
22. Okay, that's what I think. Okay. Were you initially charged with first-degree murder?
No, ma'am. I don't think so.
Thank you. Okay. I don't have any other questions, Ms. Renaud.
No question.
All right, so let me ask you this. This is a rehearing for you, Ms. Flowers, and you were seen in 2023. You had a parole hearing and you were denied at that time. It said DA opposition. Of course, there was still strong victim opposition and there was law enforcement opposition, and all that still remains today. So tell us, what have you been able to do since that hearing in 2023? I know you have some health issues, but what classes have you completed since that hearing? Anything?
I took re-entry, I took parent, I took substance abuse, victim awareness.
Okay, so tell us what you got out of the victim awareness training.
I got a lot of it. When they show the film now, you can't let people push you around. You just walk away and don't get involved, but they get involved in. You know.
I don't see any other questions at this time, Ms. Flowers. I guess the panel's prepared to vote. Mrs. Ledoux.
The panel is charged with first of all, being concerned about public safety. And in this case, I am not prepared to grant. My vote is going to be to deny. I feel like we still have a public safety concern with the history of violence, significant opposition. There was a plea agreement. So today my vote is to deny. Mr. Byron.
And I concur for the same reason.
All right, Ms. Flowers, and I do agree with my colleagues, and I agree to some degree with what was said today. And I just don't think you're quite ready. It doesn't seem like you really understand, you know, the seriousness of what it was that you did. And you need to have a better understanding of the impact that you had on the victims, which includes your family as well. And of course, I mentioned the opposition. We heard from it today. It's expressed in the record. So my vote today also is to deny your application. So good luck to you, ma'am. Thank you, Warden Thomas, for accommodating us. We're going to sign off. It's 9:36.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. The Committee on Parole is reconvening. We are now at the East Baton Rouge Parish Prison on Tuesday, August 12th, 2025 at 9:42 a.m. And good morning, sir. Would you, Lieutenant, introduce yourself for the record, sir?
Lieutenant Nicholas Murphy.
All right, Lieutenant Murphy, thanks for accommodating us today.
You're
And
welcome.
our first case is Mr. Herbert Reed.
Herbert Reed. Okay, let me grab him right quick. Have that. Just have a seat in that chair right over there.
Good morning, Mr. Reed.
Good morning. How y'all doing this morning?
Good, thank you for asking, sir. Tell us your name and DOC number.
Herbert Reed, DLC number 474321.
Yeah, 474321. That's what I got.
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's it.
So, Mr. Reed, you're here for a revocation decision this morning. I see you brought in some paperwork. Do you have your parole revocation questionnaire there with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that your signature at the bottom of that page?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your answers to those questions, it was determined at that time you're not eligible for appointed counsel. So are you ready to proceed this morning without a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So your case this morning has been assigned to Mrs. Ledoux. She's going to read the allegations against you, take your plea, and then have a discussion with you. Before we do that, I want to let you know we have some folks here with us who want to speak in support. We have Crystal Turner and Ms. Dolores Reed, and we'll hear from them in a few minutes.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
We're good.
Good morning, Mr. Reed. I'm going to read out the allegation. I need you to enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with the state. Okay?
I can plead not guilty with a statement.
Yes, if you would like. I'm going to read it first, though, okay? You're accused of violating condition number 4 in that you failed to refrain from criminal activity, being arrested on 1/1/2024 for the violation for domestic abuse battery.
Yes, ma'am.
And on 6/10/2025, the charge of domestic abuse battery 4th was dismissed against the accused. And the court ordered that the accused be released from the bond obligation from this charge only, and the protective order is dissolved. How do you plead?
Not guilty with a statement.
Okay. So you were arrested for that offense, and it was dismissed.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is your statement?
My statement is I'm for the charge. I pleaded not guilty because I really didn't commit the charge, but as I take full responsibility for me catching the charge while I'm on parole.
Well, what were you responsible for? So did you?
I'm responsible for catching another charge while on parole.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to listen to your mother and Miss Turner. Miss Reed, if you would like to step to the podium and address the panel and tell us what you would like to say.
Yeah, let's just put me on this.
You just tell us what happened and what you want to say about your son.
Well, I called the police for him on January 1st. We were arguing. And maybe I went too far because we was arguing and, going down the hall, it just was a little bump, but I was so angry with him, I called the police. And I just told the police that to take him away, just get him away. But they took him to jail, and I told them over and over, I didn't want him to go to jail. I I just wanted him to leave right then because I was angry. But then they still took him to jail.
How many times had you had to call the police before?
For me, that was the first time. It was just the first time.
Okay.
I mean,
I don't have any questions.
man,
I don't have any questions. Ms. Turner?
Hi, good morning. My name is Russell Turner. Herbert Reed is the son, is the father to my son. He's 11 years old. He's in need of I really need him home to help me with my son. I'm a single parent of that one child. And he really helps me out a lot with him when I'm at work or when I need him on the weekends, and he was working to help get down the child support to help me with the child. So at the time of him being arrested, he was doing very well when he has, accomplished in the past as far as his job and everything related because child support was holding back for a lot of years. I've been with him 12 years. So that was like the best that he was doing for us is his mental health, his physical trying to constantly push himself, even though he was being taken advantage from ours. The money was getting away from the shakes, but he still pushed himself every day to work. So I just really need his help at the moment.
I had a question. Did you ever have to call law enforcement to intervene in any situations?
In our first year of our relationship, yes. But after that, he started trying to do better as well as working on himself. So I know he did classes one time a couple of years back for something, but that's about it.
I got a question. If y'all were having a great home life, how come he was at his mother's house causing trouble and not at home with you?
Because at the time we had separated, September 30th, we had took a break from each other to see if we wanted to head in the direction as far as marriage, because he gave me an engagement. I want to see if that's our next step as far as if that's what he was ready for.
So y'all separated at that time because he gave you an engagement ring?
No, he gave me an engagement prior to that, but
And you wanted to see what
something
it was like
that I wanted to
without?
make sure he was adding up before, we contemplated things that was actually in the process of getting the house.
So there was no problem with y'all relationship when he was at his mama's house? That was just.
No, I would go over there all the time. No problem. I would bring a shower every weekend.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Reed,
Yes, ma'am.
you're a third felony offender. How many arrests have you had for domestic abuse battery?
I done had a couple. I done had about three for domestic, about three.
The night of this particular incident, were you, had you been drinking?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. The police actually woke me up. The police actually got me up out of my sleep. I actually was asleep. I actually had thought that everything had calmed down and I had went to sleep. And when I woke up to the police asking me to leave. And I was still kind of asleep because they came in the bedroom and actually woke me up. And once I got up, I was still kind of, sleeping, and they asked me to leave and I kind of refused to leave. And when I refused to leave for them, they just got tired of keep asking me to leave, and it was New Year's. It was kind of cold outside and I kind of didn't have nowhere to go at that time. So I kind of refused to leave from the police officers too. And once I refused to leave, they said, they kind of escorted me out and said they had no choice but to put a charge on me, and they went ahead and put domestic on me. But they gave me over, no lie, they gave me over 10 times to leave, but I was just waking up and it was New Year's. It was kind of cold outside. It actually was freezing. And, I kind of refused because I knew I'd stay there, that's my address. And I refused to leave from the police, and they say since I refused, they had no other choice but to lock me up.
It said, the police report is a little different than what you're saying. Okay. And it is a sworn statement. I have to go with what it is. Abir was obviously heavily intoxicated. They had already been there 3 times. It does not she was not comfortable with you being there. And on other occasions, when she asked you to leave, that you would always go back because that's where you lived.
Yes, ma'am.
I read that. Was there a protective order against you during that time?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I didn't have a protective order at that time.
But you haven't had in the past?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I did have one in the past.
Have any
I have a question. The information we have, you mentioned, you were asked the question, how many times you've been arrested for domestic abuse? You said 3, I think 3. It would be 4, I think, with the one you have.
Yes, ma'am.
But there was, and you've been with Ms. Turner since 2014, 11 years?
About that, about around there. That's about to give big time.
So I do see an arrest in 2014, I see an arrest in 2020, and I see an arrest in 2021, all for domestic abuse. Who was the victim in 2020?
In 2020, I think the same one. I think me and Miss Turner, you know, we had a history of domestic, you know, but you know, that's why I took it upon myself. That's why, like she was saying, we took a break, you know, to see can I get myself together. And I was at that point of getting myself together and, you know, getting a job, you know, getting alcohol free, you know, I was just, you know, I was on the right path this rip. You know, I do have a lot in my past that, you know, that I was coming back from. I mean, you know, but I tried my best. And this time before this arrest here, I really had it going. You know, I had my job. I was getting back used to, you know, scribing. You know, I'm educated. You know, I have my high school diploma. Plan on going. I'll get back in college, get back in school when I make it back home. You know, do a little offshore work. You know, I have other kids other than Haven. I have Haven for her, but I have 3 other kids. You know, and they need my help too out there. You know, I'm just getting back on that path. You know, I'm 40 years old now. You know, and it's just time to let the foolishness behind me, and it's time to, you know, it's time to get this life, you know, and I'm willing, if y'all give me the chance to catch it this time, you know, I promise that's what I'll do.
Okay, I have no other questions.
Mr. Reed, are you currently on parole? You were paroled by this panel?
Ma'am?
Were you paroled by this panel?
I don't know. I was paroled. I don't know, ma'am. This is my first time ever been in front of the board.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. You know, but if I can get that chance, you know, I really have, you know, you know, but just like I said, before this time, you know, I really had my grabs on it. You know, I had to start, you know, paying my child support. You know, I had to start, you know, really being that father figure. You know, I'm just catching everything. You know, I know I might have a past that's, you know, that I'm not very proud of. You know, but I'm, you know, I'm catching it, and I got it if y'all give me that chance.
Colleagues asked you about being on alcohol at night and causing trouble, and you said no. What about any other drugs? Do you use cocaine, marijuana, any of that other stuff?
Yeah, I use marijuana. And in my past, I have had dealings with drugs, but I was just like I say, I was at that point in my life where it was just really marijuana, and I did use marijuana, you know, but you know, before the past, in my past, I have used pills, you know, but all that was over this rip, you know. I was going through that back, you know, back in 2000, 2001, you know, like around that time, I was going through that change in my life.
And also in September of 2024, when you tested positive for cocaine, which probation was.
Yeah.
That's the only question I have.
All right, I think we're prepared to vote. Mrs. Ledoux?
Mr. Reed, you haven't been complying with conditions of parole. Whether or not this was dismissed, there have been problems with your behavior while you have been on supervision. You had the positive drug screen. I believe you were drinking that night, were probably drunk, which is also a misuse of alcohol while you're on probation. My vote today is to revoke your parole. I think until you have some treatment that you're not going to. Should we do that? I mean, perhaps you can go to, I'd like to put on here, to go to a facility where there's treatment available, okay? So that you be placed in a facility where there is treatment. So my vote is to deny.
Mr.
I'm gonna concur with Mr. Duke for the same reasons, and also recommend that you be placed in a facility where you can get some help for your domestic violence, your anger management, and your substance abuse. So that when you do come up for parole on this, again, you'll be able to be considered for relief.
My vote today, Mr. Reed, also is to revoke for the same reasons. You need some treatment to help you deal with the substance abuse and domestic violence issues. You had the positive drug screen, and again, I believe you were intoxicated at the time of this arrest as well. So good luck to you, sir. We're going to make the recommendation you be moved to a facility to get you the treatment you need before you get out again.
So my parole is revoked?
Yeah. Right.
Good afternoon, good morning. Mr. Williams, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number, please. Y'all are on, you're still on mute? Try again. Can't hear you, still can't hear you. Try again.
All right, is that better?
Yes, sir, thank you. All right. Tell us, sir, what's your name and DOC number? Tell us your name.
All right, Eric Williams,
What's your DOC number? We got it, man.
579300.
All right, and you have in front of you, you should have a parole revocation questionnaire piece of paper.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your signature at the bottom of that page?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on that information, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. So are you ready to proceed without a lawyer today?
Yes.
Well, otherwise you'd have to go hire your attorney. Are you want to do that?
No.
Okay, so you're ready to proceed. So your case this morning has been assigned to Mr. Barra. He's going to read the allegations, take your plea, and we'll have a discussion about it. All right?
All right.
All right. So legislature violated the conditions number 2, that you submit monthly reports by the 5th of every month until you complete your supervision, and that you will report to your parole officer when ordered to do so. It was alleged that you moved from your address of record and did not provide an updated address where you could be supervised. You also failed to report to East Baton Rouge after moving your address of record. As a result, a parole warrant was issued on June 20th, 2024. How do you plead to that violation?
Yes.
Number 3 says that you will live at the address stated on the parole certificate. And if you must leave that address, you'll get permission from the parole officer before doing so. In addition, you will not leave the state of Louisiana without permission from the officer. It is alleged that you have moved from your address of record and did not provide an updated address where you could be supervised. As a result, a parole warrant was issued. It's pretty much the same thing. How do you plead to that?
Yes.
All right. Number 4 says it's alleged that you were arrested by the Baton Rouge Police Department on 7/3/24 for aggravated flight from an officer, simple kidnapping, and contributing to delinquency of juveniles. You were billed with aggravated flight from an officer, and the other charges were not billed. This case was set for trial on August 4th, 2025. How do you plead to that?
Guilty.
And it is alleged that you have failed to make any payments toward your supervision fees since August 17th, 2023, and you're currently $1,731 in arrears. How do you plead to that?
Yes.
Guilty. All right, you plead guilty to all the violations. I don't have any questions.
What happened in court on 8/4/2025?
They just sent me back to November 10th. They I don't know why they keep sending me back, but I don't know, I've been going through this for about 13 months now. They just keep sending me back. They said the arresting officer had moved to Florida and he wasn't on the Baton Rouge staff no more. So that was the reason they said they sent me back this time.
Hey, dude. Look, I'm working in the warden's office, doing some camera stuff. I'll be coming here later. Trustee can't go.
So how long have you been incarcerated?
Since last year, July 3rd.
Of 24.
Yes, ma'am.
No, my thing is.
So it's the record shows that you get to court in November. Well, it was your plan in August this month. to plead guilty to a reduced charge of flight from an officer. That's what you plan to do?
That's supposed to be the deal, yes, ma'am.
I don't have any other questions, so I guess we're prepared to vote, Mr. Byron.
Yeah, I'm have no choice but to vote to revoke parole with all these guilty of all these violations, and that would get you started on your, at least get your time started so that when you plead to the next charge, it can be run concurrent.
Ms. Ledoux, my vote is to revoke based on failure to comply.
And my vote is the same. Did you understand what Mr. Byron said about revoking your parole now so that your time can start running, so that when you do go plead to the reduced charge of flight, your time can run together? Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so today, sir, your parole's been revoked. Good luck to you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Edwards, good morning. Oh, you're on mute. Let's see. You can turn it off. Turn it on, rather.
Well, good morning. How you doing?
Thanks for asking. Tell us your name and DOC number.
Clifton Edwards, 726-125.
Mr. Edwards, you're here today because it's alleged you violated the conditions of your parole. Do you have the parole revocation questionnaire there in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
That's your signature at the bottom of that page.
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your answers to those questions on that questionnaire, you're not eligible for an appointed lawyer. Do you wish to hire a lawyer today?
I don't understand, ma'am.
You're not eligible for us to appoint you a lawyer.
Yes, ma'am.
And so if you wish to have a lawyer today, you'd have to hire a lawyer. You can do that, or we can proceed today with proceedings? It's up to you.
We could proceed, ma'am.
Right. So I'm going to read the allegations against you, Mr. Edwards. You'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty with or without a statement, and then we'll talk about it, okay? Before we read it. So you're accused of violating condition number 3, and that reads, in October of 2024, Officer Jones attempted to make contact with you at your residence of record without success. So how do you plead to violating condition number 3?
I take full responsibility for it, ma'am.
Okay, you gotta say guilty or not guilty, and you can say with a statement, and then you can explain it in just a minute. So which is it, guilty or not guilty?
I plead guilty to it, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna put guilty with a statement, and we'll talk about it in just a minute. Let's finish reading the allegation. Condition number 4, on January 16, 25, you were arrested for an offense that occurred September 26 of 2024. You were charged with domestic abuse battery and domestic abuse battery with child endangerment. On May of 27th of 2025, those charges were dismissed. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4, which involves criminal activity?
Oh, I plead not guilty to that one, ma'am.
And then lastly is condition number 10, and it says you're behind on your fees, $665. Now, how do you plead?
I plead not guilty on that too, ma'am.
Not guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So tell us about why you weren't at your address. You said you're guilty with a statement. Give us that statement.
Well, like I said, I take full responsibility for it. It's my first time on parole. I ain't know the seriousness of it, but when I got into it with my girlfriend, which was it was verbal more than anything. I had left her house, and my parole officer, he come see me like every 3 months. So within that last month, I had left her house, and I was waiting for him to call me up there, because he normally called me every 3 months. So like I said, I ain't know the seriousness of it. I was gone from her house for probably a little less than a month, and I was waiting for my parole officer around that same time to call me, and then I was gonna go to him and change my address.
Why didn't you think to call him? You know, you can call him. The phone works both ways.
Yes, ma'am, I know, but that's why I say I take full responsibility for it. I ain't know too much the seriousness of my actions.
All right, tell us about the number 4, about the domestic abuse charge. What happened?
Well, I was falsely accused for that, man. It was just like my girlfriend, we had an argument, and I told her I was just gonna go on with my life. And I got a daughter, I got a 1-year-old daughter, and she know about my 1-year-old daughter. So I was really gonna go back home to my 1-year-old daughter and my baby mother, and she knew that. So out of spite, she called the police on me, knowing that I was on parole and I can go to jail. But my innocence was proven in court. Then the DA called her, and they talked to her, and she told them the real story, and she was like, she not coming to court, she not pressing no charges. So my innocence was proven in court.
Yeah, is that the same lady we were speaking about just now that kicked you out of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Same lady.
That's the same lady. What?
What's her name?
Randisha Brown.
Okay. Who's Tranisha Chambers?
Tranisha Chambers, that was my arresting officer.
Okay.
Well, she took me to go get fingerprinted.
Okay. For some reason that's not
Okay. And so you said you were not guilty of being behind on your fees. You're up to date?
Ma'am,
Arrested?
well, I had a job. I paid, and then I had lost my job, and my parole officer, he told me that it was okay, like I needed to just catch up on it. And this is another thing I wanted to state for the record. They switched my parole officer 3 times, and I didn't even know about my last 2 parole officers. So I really ain't know about my last 2 parole officers. I thought I still had the same parole officer the whole time, but they switched them out. 3 different times. So
Right,
my
and so how much are your fees each month?
like $74.
So you're about 9 months behind.
Months, yes, ma'am. Cause when I first came home, I was paying. I had a job, but I broke my wrist, and I couldn't. I had to wait till I could find another job. With my own background, it's kind of hard for me to get another job.
What was the job where you broke your ribs? What was that?
Well, I didn't break my wrist up, but I was working at Waste Pro.
At where? Say that again.
Waste Pro.
Oh.
Yes, ma'am. And I was working for Sushi Maza on Perkins. It's a restaurant, a Japanese restaurant.
So why do you think we should not revoke your parole today? You got an excuse for everything.
Well, I feel like I take full responsibility. I just really need another chance, man. I ain't gonna make too many excuses. I got my children. I know everybody say they got children, but I got my children. My last baby, she 1 year old. I feel like I really ain't had enough time to really, be great. I ain't really had enough time. I had this time to sit and think about a lot of stuff. I came with my folder. I got plans. I graduated, so I like to go back to school. And I done took these classes, and I got a lot of certificates.
You took the classes there at East Baton Rouge?
Yes, ma'am. I got all 3 levels of the MOVE program, and I got certificate for seeking safety.
Okay, so let me ask you another question. Who is Frederica Johnson?
Frederica Johnson? Oh, that's my baby mother. My baby mother, my 1-year-old mama.
And didn't you and she have some problems?
One time that was like, we never had a physical altercation. I had got wrote a summer because we had an argument, but that was way last year. And she just called the police and told them that she don't want to send me to jail, to just that I'll just leave. Just leave her premise. Cause I was trying to get my social security card. She had my social security card, my birth certificate, and my ID. And she ain't want to give it to me. So she ended up calling the police. And I was like, well, call them, and I'm gonna just sit here and see if I can get my stuff back. But when they came, they said I had to file some type of stuff downtown to get it back, and I couldn't get it. So he told me to just leave. I don't really think he just jogged it down for the record. He ain't even write no summary.
What's your plan whenever you get out of jail? What you gonna do? Obviously, you can't go with either one of these people.
Well, I got some to say, man.
Where?
My cousin.
Where's that at?
My cousin, he stayed off of in Shenandoah.
They got any women living in the house?
No, ma'am.
Good. Is he on parole?
No, ma'am. He don't got no record. But like I said, I graduated, and I didn't know I could go to any college I wanted to go to with a high set diploma. But I got a high set diploma. I like to go back to school, and I like to go back to school, and I like to go take me a trade up for graphic designs. So I like to do graphic designs. I'll get bored and just get in my phone and go to making like posters and cards and stuff. So I want to go to school and take up graphic designs. And other than that, I just take it slow. I go find me a job, like some maintenance work or something, until I get myself together. Cause like
yeah. All right. Listen, Clifton.
Yes, ma'am.
You just said something very important. You play with your phone. So next time you need to tell your parole officer something, you call them. Don't wait for them to call you.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's up to you to, you keep up with who your parole officer is. Listen, yes. I was concerned, but I read all the record. There's a lot of mitigating circumstances. What is your contact now with Frederica Johnson?
We were talking about our child, but we not back in a relationship. It's just strictly on co-parenting.
And what is Rondisha Brown? What about that
Well,
relationship?
I haven't talked to us since that day.
Okay. All right. Listen, I don't know what my colleagues will do, but I'm prepared to vote. My vote today is going to be do not revoke. We're going to reprimand you for getting in the trouble. You pled guilty to leaving the residence and not informing your parole officer. But I want you to report that you got to go live with your cousin.
Yes, ma'am.
And report to the Day Reporting Center in Baton Rouge. They can help you work through whatever certificates you got and help you get in the school program you want and give you anything that you need to be successful.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you do, if you get out now, I'd like you to report to your parole officer every week. It's your responsibility to report every week for at least 60 days.
Yes, ma'am.
To know your parole officer. I'm just one vote, so that's my vote. Mrs. Ledoux.
Mr. Edwards, you spent about 8 months incarcerated and the charges were dropped. There has been no contact with the victim in that crime or a victim statement or anything of that nature. I'll concur with my colleague, do not revoke, with the same stipulations of going to the Day Reporting Center, which, by the way, is an excellent resource if you use it and you try. If you apply, it's a good program. And that you have more frequent contact with your parole officer.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna go ahead and concur with my colleagues on this one also, but note for the record that this case was dismissed due to lack of evidence and the victim wanting to drop the charge.
All right, we're giving you a shot. Good luck to you.
I appreciate y'all so much. I won't let you down.
Okay, good. We don't want to see you again. Not this way.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck.
All right, appreciate you. Oh, I know you was.
All right, Mr. Robbins, good morning.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
You tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Raymond Robins, DOC number 515-21-3.
Yes, that's right. That's what I got.
Yes, ma'am.
15213. Got it. So you can look at us. I see you looking at us. You don't have to lean over to the microphone because it'll pick you up really good. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I can hear you good. So you're here for a revocation decision this morning, Mr. Robbins. You should have in front of you a parole revocation questionnaire.
Yes, ma'am.
That's your signature at the bottom of that page.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Based on your answers to those questions, when you signed that piece of paper, it was determined you're not eligible for an appointed lawyer. So are you ready to proceed without a lawyer this morning?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. So your case this morning has been assigned to Mr. Byrai. He's going to take your plea and we'll have a discussion about what happened. All right, Mr. Byrai?
It's alleged that you moved without updating your address with your supervising agent and absconded supervision. How do you plead to that one?
I'm a plead not guilty at this time because I think it was a real misunderstanding with the guy coming by my house. I never was able to really get in touch with him, or he was able to get in touch with me. Besides this, I think like twice.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a little more detail in a minute. It is alleged that you engaged in criminal activity as evident by your arrest on 126-24 by Baton Rouge PD for unauthorized use of a movable, resisting an officer, prohibited acts, and drug paraphernalia. Although those pending charges were set for trial for August the 4th, but the charges were dismissed on August the 6th, according to your parole officer. How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty, sir.
And number 10, it was alleged you in arrearage for your supervision fee of $630. How you plead to that?
Guilty, sir.
All right, so let's go back to number 3. Number 3 says that you absconded supervision. Supervisor Felder reported that according to the case narratives, the assigned officer attempted to contact the parolee 15 occasions without success. During one attempt, the contact was made with subject's girlfriend, who advised parolee had argued and he had left during the night. The agent requested that she tell the subject to report to the probation and parole officer on 7/16. You did not report. And it should also be noted that the assigned parole officer attempted to contact your mother, sister, and girlfriend by phone to also try to locate you without success. So that kind of looks like you didn't make yourself available to your parole officer. In fact, he states that you never met him and never reported. So tell me about what you had to say about that.
I wanna apologize to the board and to my parole officer for not being more concerned and more responsible for my real boss when I'm home. I just wanna apologize for it. I wasn't going nowhere. I wasn't trying to, but I know it's my responsibility to report and to make sure he knows where I'm stationed.
Well, let's go to number 4 then. The criminal behavior. It says that according to the Baton Rouge Police Department, the offender was approached by an officer who observed the stolen vehicle. The officer called for additional units due to being the only officer on scene and had the offender lay on the ground. The parolee then stood up and began to flee on foot from the officer. After a short foot pursuit, the officer was able to subdue and detain the offender. While placing the offender in the back of his unit, the officer asked the offender, the offender asked the officer, "Can you get my phone out of my car?" The officer located subject's cell phone between the seat and the center console. The offender also asked the officer to get his book sack out of the car, and because it had some clothes in it. So you call in the stolen car your car, and you're driving the stolen car.
No, sir, I wasn't driving. I was outside of a vehicle. The police arrived. Matter of fact, I'm outside a vehicle. I'm outside in the parking lot of a set of apartments. The police pulled up. I'm not inside of a vehicle. I'm not inside of a vehicle. I'm outside of a vehicle in a parking lot in an apartment complex. The police arrived. I tried to get away from the police, and come to find out the car was stolen. I was never inside the vehicle. I wasn't the initial driver of the vehicle.
Why was your stuff in the vehicle, your phone and your bag?
I was about to get a ride from someone in that vehicle. Just to be honest.
Definitely, nothing went down. Okay.
The car, may I note that this car did not have stolen written all over it. Because if it did, most definitely I would have stayed away from it.
Mm-hmm. So you found out after the fact that it was a stolen car?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't have nothing to do with stealing it?
No, sir.
Why did you run from the cop? Why didn't you just stay there and tell him that? You sure look guilty when you take off running.
Yes, I did. The reason I ran, because out of fear of coming to jail, kind of like a little lost, not really knowing what I'm really doing. Because at that time, to be honest, I'm kind of like, how could I put it? Like, kind of like in a bad space a little bit, dealing with my kids and dealing with this battle with this family court battle I'm fighting right now. So I was kind of like not thinking clearly. But most definitely, if I would have knew if this car was stolen, I would have most definitely stayed away from it for as possible.
All right, and number 10, the fees, you just didn't have the money to pay?
With the fees, sir, I started off, I came home, I was able to make 2 payments, but unfortunately after that, I would kind of like fell back into like these bills that I've been having. My parole officer actually told me, he was like, I'm not really concerned that when he came and seen me the first time, I'm not concerned about you like really paying, but pay if you can. This is words. Pay when you can. Just stay out of trouble.
And while you were on the run from your parole officer and had that warrant out for you, what were you doing during that time? How was your behavior then? You were good?
Sir?
I said, when you was on the run from the parole officer, you absconded, said you absconded supervision, you went missing for a period of time. Where were you and what were you doing during that period of time?
At that period of time, I was pretty much doing the same thing what I was doing. Going to work, coming home, coming out here to Baton Rouge, visiting my family and my kids. And that's it, sir. For the most part, I was just really working, trying to stay afloat, make ends meet.
Does the name Nicole Babin ring a bell?
Yes, sir.
You get in any trouble with her?
No, sir.
Oh, question that.
Mr. Robin, you're a third felony offender?
Ma'am?
You're a third felony offender?
Yes, ma'am.
You've been on probation and parole before?
Yes, I was on probation and parole before. Yes, ma'am.
What happened?
Um,
Not a new charge?
the first time, what you mean with the violation?
Yeah. Did you finish any of those completely satisfactorily?
My first time on parole, I did. My probation, I didn't.
That's all I had to ask. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions. Mr. Byron, you ready to go?
Yeah. All right, Mr. Robbins, it's time to vote. Even though you pled not guilty to several of those violations, it's still, we find you guilty of violating those conditions by your behavior, not necessarily a conviction. And due to continued criminal behavior and absconding supervision from your parole officer, who told me you were very hard to find and would not cooperate, I have no choice but to recommend that your parole be revoked.
Sir, may I say something, sir?
Well, we're voting, Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Robbins, my vote is to revoke your parole. I don't usually store my stuff in vehicles. I don't know who they belong to.
Ma'am.
Had an involvement and broke your parole as long as you didn't cooperate with your parole officer.
And my vote today, Mr. Robbins, also is to revoke based on the same reasons. So today, sir, your parole's been revoked. Did you have a question? All right, Mr. Cheney, good morning.
All right, again. Good morning, how y'all doing?
Good. Tell us your name and DOC number, sir.
My name IIIYA CHANEY, 119834.
All right, you're here this morning, Mr. Cheney, for a revocation decision.
Yes, ma'am.
So you should have the parole revocation questionnaire in front of you, sir, on the desk.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your signature at the bottom of that page?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on the information or the answers to the questions, it was determined at that time you're not eligible for an appointed lawyer. Are you ready to proceed with the revocation without a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to read the allegations against you. You'll enter a plea and then we'll talk about it briefly.
All right.
So you're accused of violating condition number 4. And what that says is on January 7, 2022, you were arrested by the Louisiana Attorney General's office for the offenses of illegal transfer of monetary funds and government benefits fraud. As of July 15, 2025, those charges are still pending, but you do have a trial date for August 18, 2025. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4?
That's the charges I'm in here for.
Condition number 4, I just read you, which has to do with your arrest for criminal activity.
Not guilty.
And then there's condition number 10, and it states you are $1,731 in the arrearages on your supervision fees. How do you plead to violating condition number 10?
Guilty.
All right, so you pled not guilty to the criminal activity. So why were you arrested?
Ma'am, I had started working at wildlife and fishery as a janitor for a private company. And I met this officer that worked there. And I told the officer I had just came home from doing 33 years, and the officer asked to help me. And the officer said that I need your information, and I gave my information to the officer. And the officer laid here and did a PPP loan thing in my name. It went to my account. You know, I didn't tell the officer to do that, but the officer did it anyway. I'm thinking the officer doing it for to help me, but the officer did it more or less to help herself, because you know I didn't know.
How much money went to your account?
20 grand.
Okay, so that was a fraudulent application. So you're set. That's a whole different matter that you're set to take care of later this week in court. But the fact is that you did violate the condition of your parole because you were arrested for criminal activity in November of 22. So you've been detained. You've been in jail since November 7th of 2022. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So any questions? Well, Mr. Cheney, based on, I do find you guilty of violating condition number 4. You pled guilty to violating condition number 2. So I'm ready to vote today. My vote today, I'm voting. My vote today is going to be to revoke your parole. We'll give you a moment to make a statement when we finish voting. Mrs. Ledoux?
My vote is to revoke based on the evidence of violation of parole.
I concur for the same reason.
Okay, so your parole has been revoked, sir. Now, what is it you wanted to tell us?
I came in here, you know, not knowing what was going on, and I had been waiting on my attorney to get back off from having her baby to explain everything to me, because the parole officers, they came to me, but they came to me
like in a rush and I'm not knowing what's going on. But I can't, one more thing, ma'am. But
Mr.
I
Cheney,
can't,
sorry, we had that discussion before we started with these proceedings and you said
No.
you wished to proceed. So today,
Ma'am.
sir, your parole's been revoked.
yeah, I had wanted to revoke my
Good morning, sir. Mr. Lang, would you introduce yourself? He's gonna turn the sound on for you.
Yes,
Intro-
ma'am.
Introduce yourself, tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is ISIAH Lang, 121747.
All right, Mr. Lang, we're here for a revocation decision this morning. You should have some paperwork there in front of you. It's called a parole revocation questionnaire.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your signature at the bottom of that page?
No, ma'am, it's not.
Okay, so did you refuse to sign it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, so can you read and write?
No, ma'am.
Cannot read and write.
No, ma'am.
All right, so do you understand the allegations against you?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
And do you want to speak on your own behalf?
Yes, ma'am, I would like to.
Okay, so because you understand the charges against you and you want to speak on your behalf, I think we can proceed without a lawyer this morning. Are you ready to do so?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay, so your case this morning has been assigned to Mrs. Ledoux. She's going to read the allegations against you and you'll enter a plea. You don't understand it, please ask. and then we'll all have a discussion about it. This is-
Right.
Thanks. Mr. Lang, there are two rule violations against you. I'm going to read it and then you enter a plea. Number 4 says, I will not engage in any criminal activity, nor will I associate with people who are known to be involved in criminal activity. I will avoid bars and casinos and refrain from illegal use of drugs or alcohol. You are alleged to violate this condition when you had the offense of possession of Schedule 2, possession of a firearm with a CBS, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. That was in the Bill of Information in East Baton Rouge. The pending charges are in the 19th Judicial Court, and they will be on trial 9/8/2025. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Okay. Are you not, but you were arrested, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you say you're not guilty of the charge?
No, ma'am, I'm not guilty.
Okay. And do you have an attorney who's representing you at that time?
Yes, ma'am. I have attorney, Mr. Zach Hare. He's representing me. I supposed to be going to trial. I supposed to be going to trial on the charges and September. So I'm waiting to go to trial.
Did you hire him to be your attorney?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. He's my attorney for the criminal matter.
Okay. Number 5 states that you will not have possession or control of any firearm or dangerous weapon. It was alleged that you violated this condition when you committed the offense of possession of Schedule 2, possession of a firearm, CDS, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. How do you plead?
Not guilty, ma'am.
Okay. So let me hear your version of that arrest.
Well, I'm not gonna come to this bowl and disrespect y'all by lying and, you know what I'm saying, by trying to cover up my actions. You know, my actions were, I did have a bunch of people in my car and I was getting high at the time. I was loaded and I got dropped off. I got dropped off at a friend's house and I rented my car out. When I did get my car back the next morning, I sat in it and I fell asleep. Police pulled over on the side of the road and till they seen me slumped over in my car like I was high or drunk. I made it a block up and they pulled me over and they went in the car and said they found some stuff in the car and they brought me to jail, man.
So you pretty much run with people who have a lot of drugs on them and guns.
Well, I'm not gonna say I ran with them, but that night I did get high. I was on drugs. Like I said, I'm not gonna get up here and tell y'all a bunch of lies, trying to like I didn't play a part in that, but I did get high that night, and you know I'm a drug addict, man. That's what I do, you know. And I got high, and it all led to this, man.
Right. I don't have any further questions. I think that after reading this police report, I have no doubt that you were in possession. Possession means they're in the car, you're in the car, nobody else is in the car, and you're in possession of those vehicles.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any other questions. Mr. Bauer?
No question.
Don't see any other questions. So we're ready to vote, Mr. Lang.
Well, can I say something, Ms. Sharon Renowski? Ma'am, I've been an addict all my life. I'm 58 years old. I have never got treatment for my addiction. Never. Only thing I ever got out of was prison. And when prison, you know what I'm saying, you got more drugs in prison than you do on the street. The places I done been to. Only thing I'm asking for is some help, ma'am. For the first time in my life.
Thank you for asking, and that means a lot, because that means you're ready for it. And
Yes,
we're
ma'am.
gonna try to help you in that regard, but we're gonna vote on this matter today, and then
Yes,
we're gonna
ma'am.
try to get some help. Is it a do?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
My vote is to revoke, based on the information I'm given, you are guilty of violating both number 4 and 5 of your parole.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I'm also going to vote to revoke your parole based on the fact you possessed a firearm while on supervision.
All right, and my vote also is to revoke. But Mr. Lang, thank you so much for asking for the help. We're going to make a recommendation that you be moved to a DOC facility that specializes in substance abuse treatment.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
hopefully that's going to get you the help that you need. So now that you're ready for it. So good luck to you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank y'all. Y'all have a wonderful day. Well, that's that.
Mr. Daniel?
All right.
There we go. Mr. Daniel, good morning. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Phil Daniel, 514-867.
Yes, sir, Mr. Daniel. So we're here for a revocation decision this morning, Mr. Daniel. Did you, you should have on the desk in front of you a parole revocation questionnaire.
Yes, ma'am.
That's your signature on that at the bottom?
Yes, ma'am.
So based on the information contained in that document, you're not eligible for an appointed lawyer this morning. Are you ready to proceed without a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to read the allegations that you violated your parole, and then you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, and then let's talk about it.
Okay.
So, you're accused of violating condition number 4. And that states you were arrested by the Department of Public Safety Police, May 19, 2024 for DWI second offense. You're currently on parole for DWI fourth offense. You have been billed in East Baton Rouge with DWI fourth offense. You have a pretrial conference set for September 8, 2025. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4? Your options are guilty or not guilty.
Guilty.
What did you say?
Guilty.
Guilty. So tell us about, why, you pled guilty. I know you go to court. You're already on for a DWI 4. What's going on with you?
Oh, well, I get it. A lot of death within my family, I don't know.
You got an alcohol problem?
Yeah, that too.
So at the time, was this DWI alcohol or drugs?
It's alcohol.
So, and you've been in jail for over a year now, haven't you, for that? Since
Yeah,
May of last year?
ma'am.
It's been over 12 months you've been in jail for this, waiting to go to court.
Uh-huh.
I don't see, I have questions by my colleagues, Mr. Daniel, so I'm prepared to vote. My vote's going to be I do find you guilty of violating condition number 4, as you pled to. My vote's going to be to revoke your parole, and that way your time can start running so that when you do go to court in September, whatever happens, this time will already be running. So that's my vote. Mrs. Ledoux?
That's my vote as well. If you're prepared to get some help, I would notate that you need help through DOC.
Okay.
Mr. Byron?
I concur for the same reasons. He's a danger to the public.
All right. So, Mr. Daniel, we're going to revoke your parole today. Good luck to you. We'll ask that you get some help for your alcohol problem. We're going to ask. Good luck.
Who they got up next?
Mr. Stewart, good morning.
Good
Yes,
morning.
still
How y'all doing?
good. How are you?
I'm blessed and highly favored, too anointed to be disappointed, too blessed to be stressed.
Well, uh-huh. So tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Jimmy Stewart. My birthday is June 19, 1989. My DOC number is 786-286. I think that's it.
How about 768-8?
Got a cheat sheet, right? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So
Okay, two numbers backwards.
I apologize for that.
Yeah, that should be on a piece of paper there in front of you.
Oh, I didn't pay attention to it. I'm sorry.
So that's a parole revocation questionnaire.
Okay.
And is that your signature at the bottom of that page?
Yes, ma'am.
And so based on the responses to those questions in that document, it was determined you're not eligible for appointed lawyer.
Yes, ma'am.
You ready to proceed without a lawyer this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Barra, seated to my right. Would you, he's going to read the charges against you. You'll enter a plea and talk about it.
Okay. All right. So alleged violated condition number 4 on November 23rd, 2024. You were arrested by the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office for domestic abuse, battery, strangulation. How do you plead to that?
Not guilty of that one, sir.
Okay. We have an affidavit from the Baton Rouge Police Department that says that Mr. Stewart physically attacked by pinning her against the wall, holding one hand and began choking her with the other, restricting her airway. Richard stated that she did not lose consciousness and she was able to get away from Stewart. Tell me a little bit about that altercation. Did you say nothing at all happened? You're not guilty and all of this is?
No, we did
That's sure, we know that because you're sitting in jail.
Yeah, we did have an altercation. It was just an argument that went wrong. You know, she didn't answer her phone, and I was at work, and I'm not knowing that she was surprising me. You know, because it was like around Christmas time, and I was surprising her with gifts also. But she didn't answer the phone for like 3 hours. And when I got home, I was trying to talk about the situation, and then she just kept on playing with her phone and stuff like that. So, and I told her, okay, if we're gonna continue being mad with each other, okay, well, we need to civilize the situation because it's not gonna get nowhere. You know, going to sleep mad, you know, because you know in the Bible it says no, be angry and do not sin. Do not let the sun go down on your anger. So I was trying to, you know, come in acquaintance with her and let her know everything is gonna be okay, you know, and we all make mistakes, you know, and she kept on egging on and kept on egging on. Okay, well, I said it's not going nowhere. It's not going nowhere. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna go get a hotel, and then it escalated from there. It went from the argument went from in the house into outside, and I guess somebody had called the police because we was arguing outside. But other than that, it didn't go farther. It didn't go farther than that at all.
All right. So I see that part of they dismissed the charge because you completed a MOVE program.
That's
What's a program?
The MOVE program is motivating offenders through vigilance and excellence. Now I got all 3 certificates right here. It's dealing with anger, a lot of anger management. And it's dealing with basic things that containing to your life. I'm sorry, I'm kind of a little nervous because this is my first time, you know, doing this. But it's basically getting your life together. So and also I'm in a GED program. Also I'm signed into Christian McCullen also.
So you admit that you have a problem with anger management?
Oh no. This is dealing with vigilance and excellence, but they also have anger management in here. Also,
all right. Well, I'm gonna tell you, you have a problem with anger management. Hate to break it to you, but you do.
Yes, sir.
So, all right. That's all the questions I have.
I don't have any questions.
What is your current relationship with Lakita Richard?
That's my ex fiance.
And by ex, how ex is it?
We not acquainted with each other no more. She moved on with her life, and I moved on with my life. So we ended as good friends. Because ma'am.
Do you share any children?
No. Her grandkids is my grandkids.
Okay. All right.
All right. I don't see any other questions. Mr. Burrow, are you ready to go?
Yeah.
And also, I do here. I motivate offenders from coming back to jail and by the choices that they make. Like I host a prayer service. You know, I do it every day, every day. You know, and I do all the days too. Motivating them, letting them know to change your training of thoughts. It starts with the mind first, and submit to God's will, and everything will be okay.
All right, don't preach to us. We're ready to vote. Mr. Burrow?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Talk the right talk. Let me just tell you that much. Hopefully it's you walk the right walk when you get out of there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So today I'm gonna vote to not revoke you and reinstate you back on supervision.
Thank you, sir.
Conditional. You got a condition that you cannot establish a relationship with Lakeisha Richard again.
Okay.
That you can complete anger management and substance abuse classes while you're on the outside.
Okay.
And I, for the record, that the victim was not opposed to this release.
Okay. Thank you.
I concur with my colleague.
So how close are you to getting your GED?
Real close. Real close. I'm assigned to Kristen McCullen. Right now I'm in level M and D.
Okay, good. Well, congratulations. My vote also is the same, do not revoke, but I'd like to add the condition that you get the GED when you get out.
Okay.
Finish that up.
Yes,
That'd be
ma'am.
good. All right, you understand those conditions?
Yes,
No
ma'am.
contact with Lakita Richard. Take an anger management class. Your parole officer can help you with that.
Okay.
And the substance abuse as well.
Okay.
And continue working to take that GED test and get it. Good luck.
Yes, ma'am. I thank you.
All right. Good luck to
Thank you, Lord.
All right, good morning.
Good morning. How y'all doing this morning?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Good. Well, sir, why don't you tell us your name and your DOC number?
DAVIN Canada 733-105.
All right, Mr. Canada. You should have a parole revocation there, question in front of you, a form.
Yes, ma'am.
That's your signature at the bottom of that page.
Yes, ma'am.
And based on your answers to those questions on that document, it was determined you're not eligible for an appointed lawyer. Are you ready to proceed without a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So we're here for a revocation decision. I'm going to read the allegations against you. You'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, and then we'll talk about it. Now, we do have somebody who is trying to join by Zoom. I don't think she's checked in yet. It's Destiny Houston, and if she makes it in, we'll ask for her remarks, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're accused of violating condition number 1, and it reads, it's alleged you are released on good time parole supervision September 12, 2020, but you didn't report to probation and parole for intake until September 17, 2021, a year later. So how do you plead to violating condition number 1?
Guilty. That's the one that's me not reporting for
Yes.
parole.
Yes.
Guilty. I got a explanation behind that though.
Talk about it. We'll ask you for your explanation. So condition number 2, and it says it was alleged you absconded supervision. A parole warrant was obtained in February of 2022. The last contact with you was October 25th, 2021. That's the only time. No monthly report submitted before or after that date, which again, October 25th, 2021. So how do you plead to violating that condition number 2?
Guilty.
Next is condition number 3. Same thing, alleged that you absconded supervision with your whereabouts remaining unknown until your arrest, March 21st of this year, 2025. So how do you plead to absconding?
Guilty.
And last is condition number 4. You were arrested by the East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's Office, charged with violation of a protective order on that was in March of 2025. July 1st, 2025, you pled guilty to the amended charge of improper phone communication. You were sentenced to 90 days in the parish prison. You were given credit for time served. So how do you violating condition number 4?
Guilty as well.
All right. So you said you had an explanation for not reporting to probation and parole for a year.
Yeah, because upon my release in September 12th of 2020, my mother and sister had passed. And when I got released, I didn't have no help with that. So I was really going in my own help. I was trying to help myself, but I was coping with drugs at the time. And I was trying to get over the grieving process. You know, my mother, that was the only person I had. And then in the process of me doing all that, I had met my baby mother who was supposed to be in on a Zoom meeting, you know what I'm saying? We had got together. Her family tried to help me, and they did help me. You know what I'm saying? I had got my mental back together, and we had made a little girl. I had a baby in the process. And I just had her in 23. So before all that happened with my baby mother, I was doing good. I was trying to get up on my feet, you know what I'm saying? I had nowhere to go, and I was homeless at the time, but I had eventually shook that and was trying to get up on my feet upon my mother and sister passing.
Let's see. So let me get to my right page. So you were detained in March of this year. The warrant was issued in February of 2022. So yeah, so your time stopped at that point in time. You realize that?
It stopped?
Well, stop, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So you pled guilty to all the violations. Now, the protective order was Destiny Houston, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's next. Ms. Houston, you're on the line with us?
Yes.
All right, what is it? You're on the cell phone with us. I guess you couldn't get in on the Zoom. So what is it you'd like us to know about Mr. Canada?
Well, as far as I've been on Devin, he has been a good hooker time on him. Before we both had my daughter as well. He's had stroke in his life before that.
Yes, we're
And I
here.
just wish that he would get help.
Substance abuse struggles, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is the protective order still valid? There was a protective order. My notes show there was a protective order issued in 2023. It was a stay away order from you, and it was in effect until March 20th of 2025. Is that protective order still active to your knowledge?
It is still active to my knowledge. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, we appreciate you calling in. Mr. Barra has a question for you.
Are you afraid of him? Are you still afraid of him?
Devin, yes, I would. I still am afraid of him. When he was in jail recently, he had said things to me over the phone. I have recordings of that. Devin is very violent, and sometimes I fear for my life around him. And that's basically it. That's all I can really say, that I feel right.
And you don't plan on starting another relationship with him?
No, sir. No capacity.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Houston. We appreciate you speaking with us this morning. You have any questions of her? Okay, we're gonna continue on. Do you have us on the YouTube? Do you want to hear the results, or are you gonna? Okay, so we're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna hang up now. We're gonna continue on Zoom. All right, so Mr. Canada, that was Ms. Houston. So what do you think about what she said about you needing some help?
I mean, I do need help because I'm going through, like, I'm still grieving with my mother and my sister. Like, that was the only people I have. And then with her having my little girl, she refuses to let me see my little girl due to the fact that
You know why?
due to the fact that I wouldn't give her money what she wanted because I'm broke. I just broke my leg recently, and before I came to jail, she wanted my disability check. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, I was homeless. I couldn't do nothing at the time. I still had to get myself together so I could take care of my daughter. But she wasn't trying to have that. She wanted me to supply her.
Right. All right. Listen, I think we're ready. I hear what you're saying, but I think we're ready to move on. I'm ready to vote. My vote today, Mr. Canada, is going to be to revoke your parole. You pled guilty to all the violations. And I will ask that you be afforded treatment that you so desperately need to help you get yourself together. You obviously need some help. That's my vote. Mrs. Ledoux?
I agree with that, but I'd also like to stipulate when you are released, no contact with Destiny Houston.
Mr. Byron?
I concur with both of my colleagues in the same condition.
All right, sir. So your parole's being revoked today. We're going to try to get you some help. Good luck to you, sir. All right, good morning, sir. Tell us your name and DOC number.
Tracy Trammell, DOC 385340.
Mr. Trammell, good morning.
Good morning.
So we're here for a revocation decision. You should have in front of you a parole revocation questionnaire.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that your signature at the bottom of that page?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on that information, on that document that you signed, you're not eligible for an appointed lawyer this morning. So are you ready to proceed without a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
So your case has been assigned to Mr. Barra. He's going to read the allegations against you. You'll enter your plea, and then we'll talk about it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Kathy, thank you.
All right, let's start with condition number 4. It states that I will not engage in criminal activity, nor will I associate with people known to be involved in criminal activity. I will avoid bars and casinos and will refrain from the illegal use of drugs or alcohol. It is alleged that you are in violation of this condition in that on March 15, 2024, you were arrested by the Baton Rouge Police Department for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and illegal possession of a stolen firearm. How do you plead to that violation?
I'm guilty.
Number 5, I shall not have in my possession or control a firearm or a dangerous weapon. It's alleged that you are in violation of that condition in that on 3/15/24, you were arrested by the Baton Rouge Police Department and found in possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and the illegal possession of a stolen firearm. How do you plead to that?
Not guilty.
It is alleged that you're in violation of number 10, that as of this date of 3/15/24, you were in arrears of $2,865 on your parole fees, and your last payment was in 2019. How do you plead to that?
I plead guilty to that with a statement.
Okay.
Can I speak that?
Well, we'll start back up at the top and get your statement on all of them.
Yes, sir.
It's alleged that you were in violation of that the firearm condition. Tell us about that, because the police report says that you were in violation of, and it also says on line number 8 of the report that you admitted that that was your firearm.
I didn't have no firearm on me, sir. I never did. I was pulled into this here because of a drugs thing that was at 5842, and I lived at 5836. And I'm washing detailed cars, and I'm a window tint. I've been doing window tinting for 43 years of my life, and I wasn't even at my premises because I couldn't. I went across the street to go get me something to eat because I had a mechanic's car in my in the driveway finna get started on my work. So I went to go get me something to eat before I get started when the sting took place at a 5842. I was across the street in the store when all of that drugs SWAT team had hit this house where all the drugs and everything was found. So I never did. I was called over there by one of the sheriff's deputies by the 2 alleged that was caught, at that house for the drugs thing and stuff. That one pled guilty to it and confessed to all this drugs and everything was his. And I walked over there because I was at the mechanic shop next door when they called me, and I'm watching the whole thing as a customer at the mechanic shop along with the mechanic that runs the shop next door. And when they walked over there, sheriff deputy searched me down. I had my rubber boots on and all my pressure washers and everything outside, along with the mechanic's car in the driveway, but I couldn't get anything done because all the premises was seized at the time. And they searched me down. I didn't have no firearm on me, sir. So, and the gun charge has been dismissed. I've never been billed on it.
Well, I'm looking at a police report right now from the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office, dated 1/18/24. It goes down a list of things, and when it comes down to number 8, it says Trammell was transported to the East Baton Rouge Narcotics Office for further questioning. Once at the narcotics office, Trammell signed a Miranda rights form and again stated he lived in the back of the garage area of 5836 Prescott.
Yes, sir.
Trammell stated the gun found in the downstairs area belonged to him. Captain Guillot and Agent Cox interviewed Givens and recorded statement on other devices. So police officer saying you told him it was your.
Well, but I mean, I never had no firearm, no, sir. That's the thing. See, and the firearm charge has been dismissed. I've never been billed on it. I've never been to court for it. As well as right now, it's in the system is here at East Baton Rouge Parish Jail. There's no firearm to be found. I was just see these charges. I have.
Telling me the truth now, or you were telling them the truth then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Number 5 would be the same argument for that one. You know, the police officers say that they found a gun and it belonged to you, and you admitted to it was yours, and there was other evidence in this police report to point to you being the owner of that gun. So let's go to number 10. Allege that you have a arrearage of $2,865 in parole fees and a last payment in 2019.
Now okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You didn't make any payments since 2019?
I have been in a very bad abusive marriage, and I have been bounced from address to address. But each time when I changed address, I had let the probation or parole know where my locations and my whereabouts were, and I got behind in my fees. I agreed to that, and I'm guilty of that. But I have my girlfriend now. She's willing to help me with that payment. She could help me pay me with $1,865 now. And my sister, my sister lives in Pensacola, Florida. She has hired me an attorney in this case with these drug charges. She hired Ron Haley for me now to represent me for the. I go back to court September 22nd for a trial. And Mr. Haley, he had notified my sister back, because I talked with her last night. And she's saying, Mr. Haley saying, I shouldn't have never been arrested, you know, because I never had no firearm on me. And these drug charges I was pulled in on about the 2 guilty ones that they got caught in the house with all of these drugs and stuff in that was at the 5842 residence that I have no knowledge of knowing, because I just moved over there. What they was doing, I have no knowledge of that, and I told it to the police officers as well. So I'm just asking maybe if you can kind of give me grant me a reinstatement, and I could get you the 1865 as soon as possible by today or tomorrow. My girlfriend, she's really helping me, and I could pay the other 1,000 once I'm released and stuff. So I was just seeing if maybe it's possible if y'all could just help me and just lift a hold on me. And I go back to court next month on the 22nd of September, and I'll be having representation for me, you know, counseling and everything. Because public defenders, they trying to railroad me into this and copping out to something I have totally nothing to do with. I just done a lot of time. I come home at 17 and stuff. I was doing good and working and stuff and staying out of trouble and arrest free until I got pulled into this mess right now, me and now. So I'm sorry for, just I fell in the wrong place at the wrong time, which is the truth. And so I'm 58 years old. I'm tired. I can't do no more time. You know, I just mind my business. I'm divorced now. Thank God for that. He kept my sanity and everything and kept my strength and saw me through that. So the divorce has been finalized, and I have my family. They trying to help me out. My girlfriend as well. She's willing to pay $1,865 for me now. You know, as soon as I get back to the phone, I can have her bring that in a money order to the probation or parole. And my sister, she's hired me an attorney, so that's trying to help me get these charges dismissed on me now, because I have nothing to do with any of this.
I have no other question.
I don't have a question.
You have been sanctioned a couple of times since you've been on parole.
Thank you.
Gotten in trouble?
No, ma'am. I mean, for what? But when I was released way back in 17, when I
Was
had
it-
the ankle monitor on.
Well, in March of last year,
Yeah,
the vendor was changed. Oh, that's March. Yeah, that's when you're, okay, that's this one.
yeah,
You had an alcohol, you had a DWI that, yeah, I read about the DWI.
yeah. That's what I was just speaking on. That's the only thing. And I did the time for that. Yes.
All right, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Trammell, so I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Byron will be voting first.
Well, Mr. Trammell,
Yes, sir.
we definitely not in agreement on the gun thing, and you're not in agreement with what the police report says either. I'm gonna have to vote to revoke your parole today based on the details of the police report number 24-002924, line number 8, and find it in possession of a firearm by convicted felon at the time of that arrest.
Okay. Can I say something?
Mrs. Ledoux?
My vote is to revoke, parole at this time.
Mr. Trammell, I do agree. You'll have the opportunity to resolve your case in September and write back for another parole hearing, but I concur with my colleagues based on the details in the police report this morning. My vote today is to revoke.
So if I get these charges dismissed next month, so I can be reinstated possibly? Because I never had no firearm on me. No firearm was never taken off my possession.
He can write that.
You can write back and request another hearing.
Okay, how would I go about doing that?
The folks at the facility can tell you how to do that and where to send it. And that's our last case at East Baton Rouge. So we're going to sign off at 12:03. Good morning. Oh, no, it's afternoon now. Good afternoon, Warden.
Good afternoon.
We are, the Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're at David Wade Correctional Center. It is 12:07 p.m. on Tuesday, August 12th, 2025. Warden, would you introduce yourself for the record, please?
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Dozot, the warden.
You by yourself?
No, go ahead.
Major Baird, bailiff.
Becky Truppiano, ARDC manager, and I'm Ralston classification and Neil classification.
Okay, well, thanks for your patience with us this morning. We've had a pretty heavy docket, but we are ready for Mr. Macon. Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Macon.
Good afternoon.
How are you today?
I'm okay.
Good. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Rodney Macon, 93952.
And you should be able to see, we have on Zoom, Mr. Clarence Samuels, who wants to speak on your behalf, and we're going to call on him in just a few minutes to do that. All right, so you've been through this before, you know how it works. It's a little different maybe than what you had the last time, but I'm going to read some identifying information into the record. I want to get your statement. Then we'll hear from the warden and Mr. Samuels, and then we'll start our interview with you, okay?
Okay.
All right. Mr. Macon, you're classified as a first felony offender, currently serving a life sentence. You were sentenced in Caddo Parish, May of 1980 for a first-degree rape. You parole eligibility date was initially October 26, 2007. So that's why we're here today. This is a rehearing. So
Yes,
tell
ma'am.
us a little bit for my colleagues. You know, I think I saw you the last time you came up parole, but my colleagues are new. So tell us a little bit about you. Why are you in jail? What'd you do? Why do you think we ought to vote for you today?
Make my statement.
You can.
I have a statement I'd like to make.
Okay.
Probably answer most of your questions. First of all, I'm grateful for this opportunity to be in front of the board. First and foremost, please accept my apologies. And I will respectfully let this board know that not a single day has passed for the past 45 years when I don't think about the damage and the pain that I caused the victim of my crime, her family, my family, in the community. Asking for forgiveness has been my priority, even knowing that there are no words to justify my actions. I'm thankful for the responsibility. I am taking the full responsibility for what I did. I was 16 years old when I committed this terrible crime. And even today, I have to think that the crime I committed has no place in this society. Please, because of my irresponsible action, I changed a young woman's life. I went from being a 16-year-old kid to a monster, rejected by those that knew me. Since the beginning of my incarceration, I lost most of my family, including my parents. I have a few family members that are willing to support me in case this honorable board decides to grant me parole. I have a sister residing in Shreveport. She has been my support in the person willing to accept me in her family. Still, thinking about the possibility of being released on parole does not take away the fact that I committed a serious crime, affected by so many persons, changed so many lives, caused so much pain, and destroyed not just my life, but the life of the victim. I was sentenced to serve life in prison without benefit of parole, probation, or suspended sentence. Because of a ruling of the United States Supreme Court, I was resentenced without the restriction of parole eligibility. During the time of my incarceration, I learned about the importance of freedom, the value of respect for the laws, and have learned about the consequences of the life of crime. After almost 46 years, there is this feeling of one day being allowed to reach the victim of my crime, her family, and let them know how remorseful I am, and if having the opportunity to meet them, ask for forgiveness. Also, if this honorable board deems necessary, I will be of service to my community by sharing this experience with the younger generation. Let them know about the beauty of freedom and family, and how senseless it is to waste my entire life in prison because I did not take the time to act like a 16-year-old kid. I'm willing to comply with any condition this board imposed in order to be released on parole. Lastly, I thank you for this opportunity. Lastly, I thank you for the consideration, and please be assured that I am grateful for the opportunity to be in front of this board, and that you will not be disappointed by granting me release on parole. God bless you all.
All right, Mr. Macon, thank you for preparing that ahead of time. That was very well done. Warren, what can you tell us about Mr. Macon?
Well, Rodney's been here for about 24 years, and his last write-up was in 2008. He hasn't been any disciplinary problem in the recent years whatsoever. He has completed sex offender treatment, and we did verify with his sister, Annie White, that she is willing to house him at her residence if approved. He's completed victim awareness, several different treatment programs, including reentry. He is currently under mental health monitoring for some mental health issues. He is compliant with his medications, which is a necessary component of his stability. So as far as his overall functioning, he's been doing well for the past several years here at David Wade.
Good to hear. Thank you. So could we now hear from Mr. Samuels? You're still on mute, I think.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Yeah, my name is Clarence Samuels, and I met Rodney Macon back in the early aughts. I served 15 years for armed robbery from 1998 to 2013. And Rodney and I became friends, and his character was such that we're still friends to this day. You know, I just brought my wife to visit him a couple months ago. And the reason I mention the friendship is because I went through the rehabilitation programs that David Wade offers. I had a really bad rap sheet. I should have had the life sentence myself. But LaVerry Ward, one of those that was instrumental in getting me into rehab, drug rehabilitation, to take care of the drug problem that was ruining my life over and over. And now I've been working for Tyson Foods ever since I got out, 12 years. We support Rodney monetarily, and I can help him get a job. You know, Tyson hired me fresh out of prison. So if David Wade could produce somebody like me, then surely Rodney's done everything humanly possible that a human can do, that could be asked of somebody. And he's a solid guy, and he committed this horrible thing when he was a boy, but he's just an old man now, you know. And I just hope y'all let him see some Christmas mornings, you know. Let my grandkids, you know, sing him happy birthday around the cake. Just some little simple things. Just see his humanity. That's all I'm asking. And thank you for giving me a chance.
Thanks for taking the time to speak with us today. Meaningful. All right, Mr. Macon, your case was assigned to Mr. Barak. Would you answer his question?
I'm going to start out with a little summary. The case. Louisiana Parole Board has for consideration Rodney Macon, 63-year-old felony offender, who was found guilty by unanimous jury verdict on May 8, 1980 of aggravated rape, the First Judicial District Court. On May 19th, Macon was sentenced by Judge Lindsay to serve life imprisonment without hard labor. Judge Lindsay ordered the sentence to be without benefit, probation, or parole, or suspension of sentence. Macon's conviction was appealed to the Louisiana Supreme Court, which affirmed the conviction. On February 14, 2011, the sentence was amended, and Macon was ordered to serve 50 years without the benefit of probation, parole, or suspension of sentence. June 8th, 2012, Macon's sentence was amended again to delete the restriction of parole eligibility of 50 years. Rodney Wayne Macon was 16 years old when he committed this offense. On October 1st, 1979, Macon entered the classroom of Central Elementary School and violently raped 26-year-old teacher Patricia Hanson Welch. Macon had previously attended the school. During the attack, Macon beat and choked Ms. Welch. He also kicked, bit, and slammed her head into the ceramic tile by grabbing her hair and repeatedly pounding her head forcefully against the floor. Macon was observed leaving the area by another employee who recognized him from previously attending the school. Crime scene investigation was also recovered Macon's palm print from the ceramic floor. It's a pretty serious crime, Mr. Macon, really serious. And why did you do it? I guess that's my question. Why did you do something like that? What did you think you could get away with it? Was it just for fun? What was it?
Well, I was so young, uneducated, young, stupid. Didn't have no respect for the law. Didn't have no respect for Miss Welch, Miss Patricia Welch. Something I just did. I didn't thought I would get caught doing it. And I'm really remarkable for what I did.
So how would anything that would reassure us that if we would let you have another chance today, that you wouldn't just do something else you think you wouldn't get caught for?
Oh, sir, I wouldn't commit no other crime if I'm given another chance, a second chance at life. I'm not the same 16-year-old boy that I was back then. I've grown, I changed, I'm a man now. I'm a responsible man, and I take full responsibility for what I did. As a 16-year-old, I wasn't, as the Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court, when they ruled that I should have another meaningful opportunity at life, said that 16-year-old and 17-year-old juveniles are not, mine is not fully developed as an adult. Mine, and I wasn't in my right mind. I wasn't fully developed. I also was on medication, mental health medication at the time. There's no way possible. I wouldn't even think about committing another crime if I'm given a second chance.
You mentioned mental health medication. Are you on mental health medication right now?
Yes, sir. For depression.
That's all the questions I have.
Ms. Ledoux. Mr. Macon, I don't like to bring up details of cases, and that's just not what I usually do. But I do want to bring up something because it's important. During the commission of this violent attack on this teacher, you did not actually sexually penetrate her and commit a rape. You attempted the rape. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, you were sentenced for first degree rape, but there was no sexual penetration. And I that stuff up, but that doesn't lessen what you did in any way.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm a little concerned about your release plan. living with your sister, I believe you're gonna need a little bit more of a wraparound service to be able to get your mental health, to get help. How old is your sister?
72.
Yeah, a bunch of old
I think-
people. I gotta navigate things with cell phone. Not that you may not have had a cell phone before, but I can't speak to that. Okay, that's all the questions I have. I'd go into executive session if it was appropriate.
Let me just ask a couple of questions. So I saw you at your last hearing, Mr. Macon. And my notes say that you were 15 when this happened. It was a few days before your 16th birthday.
Yes, ma'am.
Recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
And last time, although Miss Patricia did still maintains her adamant opposition, you know, what you did affected her and will for the rest of her life.
Yes, ma'am.
She's still opposed, and she was opposed then, but I voted you to grant last time, but I felt like you needed to complete sex offender treatment and that you needed to have a solid transition plan. So I do see the warden has mentioned you did complete the sex offender treatment. You did that in, I think, 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
And, I've heard everything you said to Mr. Byra about the Supreme Court, and we're very familiar with all of that. And that's not what we're looking for in answers from you. After
Yes,
having
ma'am.
taken sex offender treatment, looking back on what you did, how do you feel about it?
Well, I learned a lot from taking sex offender treatment. I feel like the treatment really helped me out a whole lot. I learned a lot of things that I didn't know. And they have like 27 steps you have to remember to not reoffend again. And so the treatment program, sex offender treatment program, was instrumental to me, helping me to not want to reoffend.
Did you participate in all phases of that program?
Yes, ma'am. 1 through 4.
So did you actually help facilitate the program or not?
At one time, I did.
And you did victim awareness?
Yes, ma'am.
What'd you get out of that program?
Pretty much that victim awareness that pretty much what I read in my statement. Like I said earlier, I caused damage to the victim for the rest of her life. And I know I can't take it back. If I could, I would, but I can't take that back. I can't change it. All I can do is try to make it right.
How many victims do you have?
Ma'am,
How many victims do you have?
was I know just the victim herself.
All right, I don't have any other questions. I think Mrs. Ledoux has made a motion for executive session.
Second.
We have a second. Can you call the roll?
Danny Barrow,
Yeah.
Cheryl Renassa,
Yes.
Jerry Ledoux.
Yeah. So, Mr. Macon, we're going to be in executive session for just a few minutes to discuss confidential matters. Stand by. We'll be right back.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Macon, I'm gonna make a motion that we go back in regular session, without objection. We are back in regular session. It's 12:32 and we are prepared to vote. Mr. Byron will be voting first.
All right. Today, I'm gonna vote to grant you parole under the condition that you attend mental health, that you follow a curfew from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. except for work, that you enforce it with electronic monitoring, that you attend anger management, that you have no contact whatsoever with the victim or her family, and that you continue sex offender treatment. A whole bunch of conditions, but if you're serious about change and you're serious about wanting to be free on this life sentence, you're gonna do it. If not, we'll give you the rest of your sentence. That's my vote. Only one.
Mrs. Legere.
Oh, Mr. Macon, I think I would be doing a disservice if I didn't tell you this. I'm going to vote parole to grant parole today, but you've never been on supervision. And listen carefully. You better make that parole officer your best friend. He or she needs to know where you are. You need to comply with them. When they speak, it's just like Warden Dozot speaking. You obey what they say, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to concur with all the conditions set upon you.
All right, Mr. Macon, I think I voted for you last time. I'm voting for you again. You did what I asked you to do last time. You did the sex offender treatment. We see your sister's willing to take you in, and we've loaded you up with special conditions that you got to do. You understand all that?
Yes, ma'am.
I think they'll set you up with a mental health appointment maybe before you leave. Warden knows that. Do y'all do that? Try to get
Yes,
it.
ma'am. We'll make sure that he has that follow-up appointment.
Medicine. So you gotta take the medicine they tell you to as prescribed. So good luck to you, Mr. Macon.
Mr. Samuels, you better help him out.
Yes, ma'am, I will.
All right, we are back and we're ready for Mr. Glenn Webb. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
You, for the record, sir, tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Glenn Michael Webb Jr., 486-728.
Yes, sir, Mr. Webb. Mr. Webb, let me read some identifying information into the record, sir. You're currently serving an 80-year sentence. You are classified as a first offender. Your original charge was 268 and 60 counts of oral sexual battery. You pled to aggravated incest, and you received the 80-year sentence. Parole eligibility date was September 8, 2023. You don't earn good time, and your full term date is September 3rd, 2083. Does all that sound correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so your case has been assigned to me, but before we get started, we'd like for you to make your statement. Give us your statement.
Well,
So what did you do? Why are you in prison, and why do you think we ought to vote to release you early?
I'm in prison for aggravated incest. And I've stayed out of trouble most last 3 years. I don't know what else to say.
All right, well, I tell you what, we're gonna hear Warden Dozat. Maybe she can tell us a little bit about you, Warden.
So Glenn has been here off and on for many years. He's been back here since I think around 2023. And although he is correct, he hasn't had any rule violations in about 4 years. He does have an extensive history with aggravated sex offense rule violations and has not completed, he hasn't gotten past phase 1 of the sex offender treatment program. He's done Ideas for Better Communication. That was in 2019, and he's currently enrolled in reentry. However, I do feel that he would benefit greatly from some additional treatment, specifically sex offender treatment, and then possibly some other classes, prior to being granted. He also doesn't have a solid residence plan yet. We don't, his employment plan is to draw disability. So that's not, he doesn't really have a very solid plan. We would probably need to work with him on a better plan. And as far as a residence plan, we don't have anything right now that would be an option. So I would like to see him get some more treatment.
Okay, well, thank you for that information. That was some of the things I noted. I did notice the aggravated sex offenses rather in his conduct record. I did not see the sex offender treatment also. So how long have you been in jail, Mr. Webb?
22 years, I think, since September of 03.
Okay, so then how old are you now?
I'm 61.
So tell us then, what about your lack of programs? Why haven't you enrolled or asked for programs?
Well, most of my time I've been incarcerated. I've been in the extended lockdown or CCR program. And the last year and a half is the only time I've been in general population. And I've got
now? Are you enrolled in classes now?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
Yes. I enrolled in March.
I know, but what class or classes?
The sex offender treatment class.
That's your first attempt at that program?
Yes, ma'am. But I have a learning disability associated with my severe depression, and I got trouble memorizing the information
for the test.
So let me just, I just wanted to, get some information into the record. The victims in this case were your two daughters. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm not going to go into the details of what happened to them. We have that in the record. There is strong law enforcement opposition to any consideration for early release based on the nature of your crime. There's also opposition from the district attorney's office. So based on the information that we've gotten from you and from Warden Dozat, I don't have any particular questions of you, Mr. Webb. Ms. Ledoux, Mr. Byron?
No question.
So, Mr. Webb, I don't see any other questions. I'm going to go ahead and vote. My vote today, I don't think you were very well prepared for today's hearing, but my vote today is going to be to deny based on your conduct record and the need for additional treatment. And you need to build a better, solid plan before I could ever consider any release mechanism for you. So my vote today is to deny. Mrs. Ledoux?
I concur. Not to mention a heinous crime committed when you were 39 years old, that has lasting effect on all of your victims. Refusing substance abuse treatment, not taking your sex offense treatment until now. My vote is to deny.
Mr. Byron?
I concur and note the reasons due to the serious nature of the crime, the strong law enforcement opposition, and that you served less than 25% of your imposed sentence.
So, Mr. Webb, today, the vote is that your parole be denied. So you got a lot of work to do, sir. Good luck to you.
All right.
Warden Dozat, that concludes our business. We're going to sign off at 12:50. Thank you so much.
Thank you.